All right, guys, give me a second here. All right. Apologies for the late start, as I posted in chats. No real excuses other than just my body just did not want to get out of the fucking bed. That's the long and the short of it. Yesterday was my wife's birthday. Of course, I'm considering it birthday week for her because she does so damn much for us. But today, we're going to jump back into some Grounded 2. They're also at Gamescom this weekend, whatever it is, making some announcements. I have not had an opportunity to go and see what their big announcement was. Apparently, they've released some new information. I want to say, based on the video, headers and things that I saw that I didn't get a chance to watch, is they've announced more about the whole Axel arena fight and some of that stuff. Probably more, encompassing than that, because that was already sort of expected. A little loud. Okay, give me a second. Bump it down a little more. Is that better? I'm also a little bit too far away from the microphone too. Proper microphone etiquette could help that a whole hell of a lot. But yeah, so but yesterday we got a lot of things done. We ran an errand to Athens, which some of you in the know what that was about. Not to sort of dox my location, but we had to run out there to resupply some stuff. We'll get into that in a minute. But also I noticed after Stream Monday that the pad on my headphones was starting to deteriorate. So I got a new pad in delivered today, so I'm going to be putting that on first thing to stream. If I can, I'll get the overhead cam plugged in here, and you guys can watch me do that. Not that that's terribly entertaining, but it's interesting. So many in the past, you know, I was just using like gaming headphones and that kind of stuff. And it's like most of the times, if there's something goes wrong with those, you're just screwed. You're just like, okay, this thing went wrong with the headphones, got to buy new headphones. So after doing a lot of research and stuff before I invested in these, because these are sort of, they're considered professional headphones, but they're also sort of at that tier and price range that's considered prosumer, if that sort of makes sense. They're expensive for headphones, but they're not expensive if you think about them as professional headphones. Because professional headphones can be extremely expensive, like over $500 in some cases. I've heard some of them more so than that. Yeah. I think this set was sub 200. I can't remember exactly, sort of in that range. But the reason that I got them was the fact that I've replaced bits and pieces of them as I've had them over the last few years. And one of the things that, you know, just like you were saying, hey, just having the headphone pads in here. It's like I can get you headphone pads. I had like this little clip right like here. I had one of those that was like cracked like through, so it was like barely holding it together there for a little bit. And it's basically just what holds the band, the strap, you know, on, that creates the pressure between, you know, the ear cups. But you know, I had to replace that, but I was able to get those replacement parts, first party replacement parts. So, you know, I'm getting, you know, the actual thing that goes to the thing instead of like, you know, suddenly, you know, this little blemish happens and it's, you know, deteriorating. So, oh, well, I got to shop for brand new headphones. So I am happy that I invested in these when I could. I probably could not do that now, but now when I have issues, I can just, you know, get replacement parts, and it's first party stuff. I don't have to, you know, is this going to fit? Is this going to, you know, is this going to work? Yeah. These had, I want to say the first set of cups I had on these were the pleather ones. And I think they did the same thing. And the next ones I got are the sort of like velour ones, which have their own problem, but they don't deteriorate like the pleather ones do. And unfortunately, that's basically the problem I'm having with the headband pad, is that the pleathery surface is deteriorating, and it's the plastic essentially is or vinyl is peeling off of it. So but yeah, the velour head earphone cups, they're more comfortable, they do the same job, but you do have to worry about like just the let's face it, anything that touches your skin is going to produce, you know, the oils of your skin is going to soak into it. It's going to deteriorate, going to discolor, going to get, you know, you're going to have to clean it out or replace it or whatever eventually. Just that is the nature of humanity's, you know, imprint upon anything it touches. Is you know, it flakes of skin and oils and sweats and salts from perspiration are going to cause things to look grainy and or break down eventually, and that is just sort of the nature of the beast, so to speak. But yeah, that's what I had to do is get a new headphone pad, and basically you guys can sort of see it's basically snaps across the top. It's just like a trifold little thing that wraps, you know, front to back around the band itself and snaps on. Really simple. can't remember if this is the first or the second one of those that I've replaced over the years. I want to say it might be the first, but I am not certain. When I went to try to find the replacement for it, I did not notice on my Amazon orders that I had ordered one of the ones that, at least the ones I got. But it is a first party replacement part, so not that concerned that it's not going to fit, which is always a concern when you're like doing the, okay, I've got this type of headphones. They don't offer replacement parts. What can I find out there? And you start doing the search of like, okay, can you get replacement parts from anybody? You usually find a third party somebody, and then it's the cross your fingers that it actually fits right. That was the problem I had with my past set of headphones. I was using some Logitech or something headphones, and they just quit offering replacement parts of any sort for them because, well, they discontinued them. You know, I had them that long. It is like, that's the good thing about the investment I made in these, is that because they are more professional headphones, they don't phase them out as quickly as like gamer headphones. And you know, yeah, it's a more upfront price to pay, but getting a really good set of headphones and a really good microphone for doing any of this type of stuff is sort of core. Even if you don't have any of the other like bells and whistles and things, your sound and your lighting, you know, even if you have semi okay cameras or even crappy cameras, you can improve a crappy camera with just those things production wise. So yeah, so let me close out some of these emails over there. Yeah, we took a trip. I had run out of my THC lotion, which has been a godsend for my screwed up back and well, lately the freaking sciatica down the left leg, which comes and goes. It's currently in a pattern of sucking right now, which is probably another reason I didn't want to get out of the damn bed. But yeah, let me just sort of get this stuff closed out. Let me see if I can get over to an overhead cam for you guys. I'm trying to remember, I still have one in the setup here. Detail cam? No, it doesn't seem to like that. Let's see. Give me a second here. Let me see if I can reroute something here. Detail cam. Let's see what we've got here. Do I still have a detail cam? Assets. Detail cam. Okay, there's a detail cam. So why are you not happy going to a detail cam? Maybe that's what it needed. Okay, let's see. Face cam. Detail cam. Doesn't appear to be doing anything. Scene so I can reroute it to a quick bar here and a quick button. Oh well. We'll just do it manually and we'll flip it back when we get done. I'll have to screw around with that after stream. It's gonna take so long fucking around with it. And now it's being stupid. There it is. All right. Okay. Got to take my headphones off here. But what's going on? I don't know if you guys can see inside the center there. It looks a little shiny. I've got this stuff happening where it's peeling, coming apart. Just the oils are like causing it to deteriorate in there. So yeah, I didn't have my hat on and I'm like sitting there doing something and then I feel this little bit like laying on my forehead and I'm like, what the hell? And I tried to, pick it up and pull it off, but it's like still attached to the headphones. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. But it's open here. Yeah, like I said, it's probably been going on longer than I even realized because, but I wear these headphones every day, whether I'm streaming or not. And if I'm not streaming, I don't have the headphones on because I'm not worried about the dent that it's making in my forehead. And I've been long enough wearing headphones that I think I have a permanent dent, in the top of my head where the headphones lie. But yeah, this is the replacement bit. And it's literally just like a little sleeve with snaps on it. And it just wraps around, little piece in the middle. So basically you just unsnap it, wrap the new one around it. It also protects like the cords and stuff, And like I said, it's the same thing, but like I said, it's just this middle section where it makes contact with skin. Just you can see that's just completely not adhered to the fabric backer anymore. So just something I knew I needed to do. Try to get it folded around it. Unfortunately, that means wrangling it here while I do that. And of course, it's produced flat, so the whole getting it to bend around thing isn't super convenient. Let's hope it's going to fit here. It looks like it might be a little long, but that might just be because it's new. Oop. half of it on there. Yeah, I think it fits. It's just trying to get it to lay right. Yeah, see, now that I've got one side on there and got it partially snapped, it's the right length. All right. I just got to get it adjusted here a little bit. So it feels like it's supposed to. At least I think I got it on the right direction. We'll figure that out in a minute. Yeah, I think I do. All right, and that should be the repair. All right, yep, that'll do. That'll do, pig. Yes. Well, I mean, we sort of did. Like I said, we needed to do a resupply run, so we did that. One of the things I've got to show you guys today, because I'm going to have one, is they didn't even know that it was a thing. I mean, I knew before going because they sent me a flyer from the place that we shop at for that type of stuff. But yeah, apparently you can now get CBD and THC products as beverages, canned beverages. Didn't even know that was a thing, but yep. But apparently, based on talking to the guys there, a lot of people really like them as far as their customer base. So it's like, okay, all right, worth it. I'll try one of those. So we grabbed a few to sort of sample and see what we get. Depending on, you know, what you get differing strengths. We got some that were seltzers. I got some that were like canned light lemonades, flavored lemonades, that sort of thing. We got some of those. And they also had a couple other types that were just like, okay, well, we'll start with these, see how we like these, and then, you know, maybe expand to something else or try something different later on. Yeah, it's like, well, you know, it's I can drink half of it, you know, that sort of thing. But even so, it's not like they're real high dosage. The one that I'm looking at today is a seltzer and some mixed berry, and it's 10 milligrams THC and 10 milligrams CBD, which is sort of the same mixture of some of my gummies, soft chews, whatever you want to call them. But some of those, the gummies, I'm still like, you know, dividing and doing like a quarter of and those sort of things. So we'll see. You know, and like I said, with the leg hurting and stuff like that, you know, it should be okay. We'll see if it hits me a little too hard by the end of stream, but you know, I getting started late. Maybe to make it fun for stream. Who knows? But yeah, so we did a little of that. Unfortunately, on the way there, my wife's like had a bad tummy time. Let's just, you know, not be, you know, too descriptive about it, but just had a bad tummy time. So it was just kind of like, so she opted to, we're going to postpone her celebratory dinner for another time when she's feeling more up to it. And because just, you know, that's a miserable time. It's like, okay, let's go out and celebrate, and you feel like garbage. She did say she was feeling better, you know, after we, you know, made a stop or two, and before coming home. So at least she was feeling some better. But even last night, she was like, you know, she just had like some cheese and crackers. That's what she wanted for dinner, not just like a snack. That was dinner. So that told me not going out to some sort of restaurant or something was probably the good call. So yeah, so that's where we're at there. We had music going and suddenly music stopped, didn't it? Interesting. there's some obviously some ghosts in the machine somewhere. But so yeah, we did that. We picked up I think the last time we had to make a supply run, it was like about a month and a week, about 5 weeks ago. So roughly one of those tubs of the lotion stuff, we figured out at last a little over a week, with what I'm using. Occasionally she would use some if she had some like bad aches and pains and stuff, but mostly it's me. And especially when I'm having times where like my entire back feels like crap, and we're trying to get that calmed down, etc., etc. So I tend to use a little more than when it's not so bad. It's just been, well, last week was pretty bad, and then, of course the beginning of this week has been better, but still, a little bit of a rough time. So let me get into round 2. I did go back and check the files and stuff. So yeah, when we had the weird crash last stream, it doesn't seem to have screwed anything up. The beverage I'm going to be trying right now is the brand is Climbing Kites, and it is THC infused sparkling water. So, as I said, it's kind of like a seltzer. The comparison to LaCroix definitely came up, and my wife, off and on has her, she's in the mood for LaCroix. So, both D-Tag and myself used to work with a guy that that's what he had. That's what he did every single day for his lunch, was had LaCroix. And a couple other people that were there at the studio also, big LaCroix fans. But he was definitely a LaCroix spokesperson. Yeah, that's right. He had a specific one that the rest of them, because he would complain when he couldn't get his lime one. That's right. Shit. That's right. Bringing up some memories there. So, yep. Because he could be very vocal about things he was not happy about, which is why we all loved him. Yeah, when he couldn't get his lime LaCroix, damn it, couldn't get my LaCroix, blah, 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 had silver, blah, 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 like, yeah, he's funny dude. Oh, but yeah, the one that I'm trying today, not that I'm trying to be a spokesperson or anything else, but is the mixed berry, and it's 10 milligrams THC and 10 milligrams CBD. There's what it looks like on the can. It's, what is this, 12 ounce? Yes, a little touch over 12 ounces. So, we're gonna give that a try today, see how that does. The information we were given by the location we buy, purchase from, is that when the parent company sent them a shipment, it's like, we sent you a shipment of the new beverages, should be good for 3 weeks or a few weeks worth, and they said they sold through them in 3 days. That they were that popular amongst the clientele that they went through them, and that they have gone through that sort of, oh, here's you some to last a few weeks, and sold them in like 2 to 3 days. several times, and they said once the second round came through and they didn't last more than a couple of days, we just put up some racks and filled up the back, storeroom corner with just the beverage. So yeah, I think they sort of figured out their supply line and like, okay, this is what the clientele wants. We need to have that in stock, or else we're not making sales. So yeah, so we're gonna give it a sippy. Yeah, not bad. Like I said, it's to me, it probably, honestly, I can't remember what the lemonade one's called. In fact, I think my wife, she took a picture of the beverage menu. Basically the flyer they had on the desk. So let's see if we can bring it up here and see what it is. Yeah, it just thing just says drinks. The brand names are Climbing Kites, which is, they've got the one I'm trying, which is the mixed berry, and that's a 10 and 10. We also picked, I think, a couple, because they had like, like most beverages in general, they do a, buy 3 get 1 free, and it's sort of, they had sort of that sort of thing, going with each of the brand namings. And if you got like this number of those, you got so much of a discount. You got so much, ones for free or that sort of thing. But they also have a one that's 5 and 5. I think 5 and 5. Yeah, 5 and 5. That's a pineapple passion fruit, which I'm really interested in trying, but I wanted to try. We got more of the mixed berry, so I wanted to start there first. We did not get any of these, but there's a brand called Nowadays, Nowadays. There again, couldn't tell you. I think they're like also like seltzers. No. I think I tell a lie. I think they were more like regular sodas. And I think we chose not to go with those because they have a higher sugar content, which we try our best to keep salt and sodium and sugars down just to health reasons, those sort of things. But those are like all just 5 milligram THC, and they've got a berry, a citrus, and a spicy lime. I'm not sure what that means. They've got a brand name called 5 Flowers. And these are the lemonades. They've got an original lemonade, a blueberry lemonade, and a strawberry Mia Bellini, Miabellini cooler. And we got some of the blueberries and I think one of the strawberries. That was one of the ones where they were like, buy 3 get 1 free. So we did the 5 Flowers lemonade. And then they have another one called Pontoon. That's an orange dream and a grape gelato flavor. So that's also a 10 on 10. So yeah, so interesting stuff. Beer was worth a try. Get your pain relief where you can, I guess. And sometimes it's just more convenient to grab a quote unquote soda and on the go than it would be trying to deal with a gummy all day or something. So, but that's something new that I'm trying out. I thought I'd mention it to you guys in case it's something that hurts your interest and on your radar, etc., etc. You know, this is this whole alternate to prescription meds methodology of pain relief journey that I'm on. I try to keep you guys informed, keep you guys, you know, in the know and on the page with me. Just because a lot of you guys are dealing with some of the same crap, you know, especially if you're, you know, around my age or, you know, just slightly younger, slightly older, that sort of thing. You know, you get to this point in your life, either had bad luck, or with me, you've had both bad luck, bad genetics, and you know, bad decisions, and you kind of beat up, and shit don't work like it used to. So, you know, whatever it takes to, you know, get you back functional is important. But anywho, like I said, we're gonna jump back into some Grounded 2. We were following along with the storyline, but based on what I've been seeing with some of the you know, YouTube channels and stuff out there covering it, a lot of people are saying wait until you do these things and these things and these things before you follow the rest of the storyline. Because if we had continued underneath the picnic table at that location that the marker is trying to send us to, we would have opened, and there again, if you don't want spoilers, you know, plug your ears, whatever, you would have opened up the base raids. And I'm like, considering I'm playing solo right now, I'd rather get things a little bit more, you know, infrastructure first before they come and destroy all my shit, you know? Maybe upgrading armor and weapons and those things a little bit further along before we unlock that Pandora's box. Let me get game up and going here. We're gonna mute the music, set my tea thermos over since we're doing our seltzer today. Pause the music. Let's get OBS up and going over here for capture. Apologies, you're probably going to get the ding on. Luckily, it didn't go ding. It used to be every time I launched OBS on the main PC, it would go bling, and you'd be like, what the hell was that? So there's that. Now I need you. All right, here we go. Get the wrist brace on just because, well, we still haven't had the ability to get the new studio space happening, so I can't use the new-ish desk. It's got more space. My arm kind of dangles off the edge, which is, I'm sure, part of what was, you know, not so great about the positioning for my keyboard. Get you guys over here. I'm definitely gonna have to throw up the quick break screen when we get to putting in the stuff. Again, if you guys are part of the Madhouse community over there on Discord, hit me up on Discord if you're interested in joining me in game. I'm happy to have you. Okay, this is where I'm gonna have to throw the quick screen up right now. that should be good. I think we're good. Trade that one. Third person.
Hi there, I'm Pete. I know all about arthropods.
He knows about arthropods. I know in Grounded 1, I want to say that you had a point where you came across the roly-poly bugs. There again, much further along, there's still tons of insect varieties they plan to add to the game. All right. So where are we at? What do we got here? Check your inventory. Need to go ahead and probably consume
Protein
these.
is essential.
Down here. Still haven't gotten this fixed.
It's clean, but I worry about my mineral intake.
Okay, should be good. We got water. Got bandages. How are we doing on arrows? Probably need to top those off. I think it's here. Yeah. That should be good. Okay. We can equip shield. All right, we did unlock a few things. One of the things that we need to get completed is the drying rack. In fact, we probably need a couple more of these, to be honest, because apparently there's a lot of stuff that's part of this. So we need to go and probably try to farm some bombardier beetle parts when we can. We also got to try to find a stink bug and a full-size orb weaver, because apparently these small ones we've been killing do not give you the fangs, and we might even have to go after some mosquitoes, because apparently the one we killed that got to us at the ant den when we grabbed the second ant egg, which we have hatched. Apparently this is a pretty good weapon. It's considered a tier 2. And right now everything we've got is tier 1s as far as weapons. The ant club, I think we've got the ant club, which is tier 2. We have not gotten the weaver daggers. Again, we need the orb weaver fangs for those. And the spider stringer. Spider stringer is what I'm aiming for first, because we go from these stats to those stats, which is almost double what the original one does. So that's kind of my first goal, is getting a better bow. But in order to do that, like I said, we got everything else we need. We just got to get the orb weaver fangs. And we need 2 of them, so we may have to get 2 to get that. Yeah, it's 2 for both, so we either need 2 or we need 4 for as far as kills to get the orb weaver fangs. Now, if we get the weaver daggers, that's a dual wield, so we're gonna lose our shield ability if we go to that. But they say for some fights that's better. So But the gas mask, we still need the stink bug parts. Now, we possibly could find some of the stink bug parts over on top of the picnic table, because there's apparently one of the places you can get the orb weaver fangs is there's a full-size orb weaver on the picnic table very near a crap ton of egg sacs, and apparently in the egg sacs you have a chance of getting some of those things, including stink bug parts. So we may look to that, but first thing I think I want to do, is there any base build stuff other than, yeah, not really. So yeah, this objective over here, if we completed that objective, we would start getting raided by remote control bugs, which we don't want right now. So the light area is areas that I have gone to, I have explored, either direct exploration or, you know, trying to, you know, get away from monster bugs and you know, running for my life. But I believe, like I said, up on the picnic table here, I think there is an orb weaver, but from what I understand, the tree over here is a chance for an orb weaver, and that's where we also found that bombardier that we could actually take out with the bow. So we may attempt that. I may even put a forward base, start a forward base around the tree base somewhere, to sort of give us a little, you know, pass the night and not have to stand there in the dark like we did last time. But the area down here, I believe, is where we got to go in order to get stink bug parts. I think there might be some right around here too. But there's also, that might be also where we brought the scorpion back to the base from as well. So we will see. Right now, I think we're going to head over towards the tree again, in order to sort of try to get some of those things taken care of. We're getting kind of late in the day, as you can see. So we're probably going to try to take care of some of the farming things that we need to do. I want to say somewhere along the lines, yeah, all of our mushrooms got obliterated or something. So I need to replant some of those. And also check on our weevil trap. Yeah, it seems to not have any resources in it for alluring the weevils either. So let's get this stuff going. Oh, no. Go. So yeah, I don't know if the glitch that happened killed a bunch of stuff off and reset our planters, or if we had somebody get up here and eat all of our mushrooms. I don't know. I don't got no answers. Alright. Then we'll grab another stack. Yeah, I want to try to keep those going because that's easy food. Now we've got the cookery now, and that produces better food, but they say it's for just day in, day out stuff. Just do the weevil stuff and then use your better cookery food for when you go on missions and stuff. So that's kind of what I'm thinking I need to do. Yeah, a bunch of these regrown, so yeah, I think maybe we got all of those. And we would just look to sit out in the morning. 2 awake. What can we do? Put those away. Still not sure what you do with that. Just right for grinding. So that's apparently a build material or something. Gotcha. Okay. We can work on some of this. This needs to be up taller in order to set those underneath. So if you got that,
A little elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says.
okay. Think something like that, but I gotta set these further apart. So I think, go ahead and build the units, and then I need to probably go upstairs. Place it, maybe. Needs to be there.
Nothing like H2O.
That's how it's supposed to work. Here's the bird. Apparently you can scan the bird too. I just haven't.
This counts as research, right? Nothing like H2O.
sort of works. It's not super elegant, but it sort of works. Still can't go to sleep. Okay. So we'll work on this one.
A feat of miniature engineering, that one.
Too far apart. I'd have set that too wide over there. Right, actually. We just got a lot of extra space here I don't really need now. I'll work it out at some point. Just throw a third one of these under here. At least then these are, you know, working for me instead of me having to work to keep them running, you know what I mean? Yay. Okay.
Entomophagy is better at this scale.
Yeah, there's probably just better spacing I could do with those. Technically, you can probably take like
Nothing like H2O.
several of these and stack them right in front of each other and use fewer of the collectors. Being that I'm solo right now, I really don't need that many of them. It's more of making sure I got it when I need it. Now you can go out and, you know, find the water drops hanging on the trees. I mean, the blades of grass. Yeah, they feel like trees. You know, and that works, but you know, it's time. It comes down to like, hey, I'm doing this, but you know, then I'm not, you know. Still no in the trap, is you still got these. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these. If their food supply is too easy to come by, they won't come to the trap. So yummy, yummy. should help out. Okay. Alrighty.
It's clean, but I worry about my mineral intake.
Now, another thing that they suggest, if you want to keep these going, is they say placing a stuffed bug, which I have not done much of that ever before. You had them in the first game too, but it's like, you know, never seemed like a thing. I think you gotta do them from the build menu here. Yeah, stuffed bugs. They suggest something small, like a, you know, a larva or the, you know, red ant as a stuffed critter. Stuffed spider. I think these are supposed to give you some sort of buffs. I don't remember what they are. Because what you do, take one of these, and you place it nearby. And it causes the water to drop because it shakes. I've also seen where they suggest putting in like the angled roofs, so you basically have like a, see you, Mr. Tag, appreciate you being here, bud. The angled roof pieces and making like a funnel out of them, so when this stuff drops, it goes directly in and you don't have a chance of it dropping to the side like this one did. So we may look at doing something like that. There's whole plans and stuff like setting up a tower where that stuck is it kind of, you'd have to see it, but it's almost like you build like a silo, and all the water at the top drops down to the bottom where you need it, kind of thing. Let's pull Uno out.
Let's get to it. Whew. Quite an efficient way to get around.
All right.
More loot for my collection. Uh-oh, over encumbered.
That was the bombardier beetle. We'll get to him in a minute.
Yeah. You have to give young ones some independence. Elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says. Ant-ing.
Okay.
Oh no! Yeah.
Cockroach. Baby cockroach.
Favorite new mode of transportation.
Pardon me, pardon me.
Whoop. You have to give young ones some independence.
Need some clover leaves. I thought I had all that stuff loaded up on our little ant buddy, but we do not appear to have it.
Whoop. Onwards.
Two away. Just about there. Come on.
Feat of miniature engineering, that one.
here because he's having some
You have to give young ones some independence.
issues.
Favorite new mode of transportation. Obliterated. feat of miniature engineering, that one. Astonishing. You have to give young ones some independence. Ing. My trousers will need a wash.
There's the bombardier beetle. He's off to that side. Gotcha.
Buggy is winded. Massive hit. Feat of miniature engineering, that one. Would you kindly pick these up? Whoop. You give young ones some independence. Protein is essential. Nothing like H2O.
And we probably need some lighting up here. Fried grass. To improve that over a little bit. Oh, my nose. Grass. Go back that way some before I see some
Astonishing.
of that. A lot of Spideys. More Spideys.
This counts as research, right?
I'm gonna determine. Spiderling. I think that is a full-size orb weaver there.
Another one for the compendium.
Yep. Okay, so now we know where we gotta go to find them. It's down from the tree to this side. I think we're gonna go back to our little base over here to find dried grass.
to give young ones some independence.
Sleep till morning. Ugh. Second here, guys. Let me check something over here on stream PC real quick. Excuse me. Woohoo. Burpity 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 burp. Yeah, I think we're okay. Just had to check a few things out. Alright, back in here. No. We just woke up.
Nothing like H2O.
Need to eat us a meal.
It melts right off the exoskeleton.
And we got some billy dogs, so we'll consume some of those. And if we find anything better on the way, we'll do that. But I think we've got our little cooking station set up, so. That's the larva, maybe. No, that's the spidleys. Can't dig those up with the ants.
Specimen dispatched. Buggy is winded.
Bastard. That looks awful dangerous. Yeah. I'm not sure what's in that hole, but I don't like it. Feels like there weren't as many sticks in that. Don't think there was.
Quite an efficient way to get around.
Let's see.
Yeah. You have to give young ones some independence.
A feat of miniature engineering, that one. Enchanting.
Full-size roaches. Okay.
I suppose you can't carry me and everything else. Take a breather, little bug, as Allie would say. Uh-oh. over encumbered.
Boop. Yep. At least then I won't fall through the, corner of this thing and go, to my death. Just like that. Okay. Need more weed stems, and need more grass, need more everything. So there's two right down there. Get there and out of there without too much pain in the ass.
You have to give young ones some independence.
Start turning things that direction over there. Okay. So, where's our next weeds we can pluck? Some over there, but I think that might be a little dangerous to get to. North that way, but I think we get into Bombardier Beetle land over there. I just want to go ahead and get
Astonishing.
grass stuff done first.
Uh-oh, over encumbered.
Still might need a transition here, but we'll focus on that in a minute. Just want to get this stuff.
A feat of miniature engineering, that
sealed
one.
up back here.
More loot for my collection.
Do that one, yeah, 'cause it's not complete. Alright. Get a little sustenance going. Not sure what makes this turn, but you know.
Entomophagy is better at this scale.
Alright, we need more weed stems and we need more grass. Is there a way we can transition that? Maybe a set of stairs or something? Maybe. Weed stems, weed stems. Those aren't weed stems, I'm not sure what those are. Natural weed stem. How dangerous it is to get to.
Science!
What a fascinating substance.
Anything to see? Anybody to see? Ice cream cart knocked over there. There's a bumble.
You have to give young ones some independence. This counts as research, right? Another one for the compendium.
See anything else from here? Another reason we need the gas mask. All right. Hold up, good.
Enchanting.
Bombardier beetle over there. I could get on a branch or something and shoot him. I don't know. Not there. Dangerous not to get to. They're making it very difficult to get by this.
Favorite new mode of transportation. over encumbered. A little elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says. Yeah. You have to give young ones some independence.
Now we can spend a night in the tree. When we have to. Make do with some hot dogs.
I would rather have my dad's cooking.
Gotcha. Alright. Do need to mark this place. Weed stems and grass.
Uh-oh, over encumbered.
But the question is, where is the Bombardier Beetle? There he is. Can I reach him from here, or do I need to make platform further down? I think I need to be further down for that. Do. So I need more reed stems. No, those aren't reed stems. Those aren't reed stems.
Buggy is winded. Nasty hit.
We need some more food. So, that's like spider heaven down there.
Quite an efficient way to get around. No more room in the trunk. elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says.
Hop off here.
Look at me, part of the colony.
We gotta get some water and we got to get some feed. Alright, let's head back to the main base.
You have to give young ones some independence. It's clean, but I worry about my mineral intake.
Alright, work from there.
Let's reestablish homeostasis.
Alrighty. Well, that don't seem to be a ship. Okay. Food.
Yeah.
Peep, peep.
efficient way to get around. You have to give young ones some independence. And-ing. No more room in the trunk. Little elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says.
Science.
What a fascinating substance. Uh-oh, over encumbered.
Diddle-a-diddle-a-diddle-a-diddle-a-diddle.
You have to give young ones some independence.
It melts right off the exoskeleton.
Yummy, yummy. It's
Ouch, Ant-ing. Uh-oh, astonishing. Little elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says.
Get some grass. I don't think cockroaches bother us. Those will bother them.
No more room in the trunk.
Doodly 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 doo.
You have to give young ones some independence.
Alright, back to the main base. Doodly 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 doo.
Onwards!
And they're gone. Something is pathing up here eating my fucking mushrooms. It's gotta be. I don't know how or if it's bugged. But yeah, that ain't kosher. Food, food, food. Just need to find some food. Food going on. Meantime, nope, can't do that. I'll run around a little bit. There's mutations you get for like doing certain activities, and I figure, you know, probably just need to do some of those things when I'm running around. Take a break here in about 5-10 minutes. Yep, I think that's where we're going to take our little break, right there. So we're going to save, back, and we'll leave you guys on that screen. Oh, my knee is just not happy with me, and I will be right back in just a few minutes, guys, so just bear with me. I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Nature calls and all that sort of thing. Gotta do what you gotta do. Okie dokie. Let's get back into things here. Resume. Well, I got my damn inventory. Bunch of shit I don't need in it, for sure. I think we were in the midst of picking some of these, I think. Food.
Protein is essential.
Getting kind of late in the day here. Here. Just sleep it through till morning.
Vacuum away.
Hang on, folks. Apparently hitting escape instead of the thing you were trying to hit Makes your game jump to the wrong screen.
Quite an efficient way to get around. Easy does it.
You nasty bitch. You ate that one too, didn't you, fat bitch?
You have to give young ones some independence. Little elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says.
it melts right off the exoskeleton.
Right off it. Just nummy nummy. What's going on there?
No more room in the trunk.
Yeah, just hop off your buggy and be straight over the side to your death. That seems like a great idea. Yep.
Astonishing.
Come on, fat roach. Yep. Blocking the whole damn area over here.
I suppose you can't carry me and everything else. That's it. Whoop. have to give young ones some independence. Dougie is winded! No more room in the trunk.
Just trying to build this thing to have a little bit of a base at the tree, but also just to have vantage points to do some of those harder to get materials from big ass bugs. Stay right there.
Little elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says.
Oh, we got weed stems because piled up here.
Whoop.
Probably gonna try to go to about 10 tonight. So depends on how I feel.
I suppose you can't keep my favorite new mode of transportation.
Woohoo!
You have to give young ones some independence.
Mm-hmm.
over incumbugged. Let's reestablish homeostasis. You have to give young ones some independence.
And we might be crashing. We will see. Got it back over here. Oh, they got to do something about that bug. Oh, definitely one of those makes it far more difficult than it needs to be.
A feat of miniature engineering, that one.
Sleep till morning. Can't see too good yet.
It melts right off the exoskeleton.
Yummy, yummy for my tummy, tummy.
astonishing.
Go resupply the water. So, I think it goes straight to here, probably.
Buggy is winded. Specimen dispatched. You have to give young ones some independence.
Five. Alrighty, let's see. Plant these again and see if they'll actually stay. There's got to be a bug because there's no reasonable anything else to explain it. It's got to be that the planters are just not working now. I don't know why they're not working now. I had quite a while there that they were working just fine. That stuff would grow. They would, sit there when you come up, could, harvest it, and then, everything was good. But it was just like, suddenly that doesn't work for some reason. do not know why. Inventory. Split. Drop. Drop. Okay. That should be baited now. Should be good there. Okay. All our food stuff's going. I'm ready to drop that stuff off. Make some webbing. Make some spider web string, whatever it is. Silk thread. I'd probably just get rid of a lot of that sort of stuff. Inventory. Didn't mean to do that. I have 4 silk rope that didn't go into its chest, so yeah, I'll see why. Let's take, first of all, let's take some of those out of there and sort it. And we probably need to start taking this stuff out. So, alright, so that means acorns are gonna have to go in another chest. It's not really the best chest. That's not even really the best chest. Right now, this one's looking like the one that'll work most sensibly in my head. For some reason now I can't sort this one. Makes no sense, but Probably if I go back into it. Yeah, no, for some reason that one will not let me sort the contents. Makes no sense, but that's what we got. Good on food right now.
Part of the colony. Astonishing.
We will go. I don't see him. Heard him.
Take a breather, little bug, as Allie would say. No more room in the trunk. You have to give young ones some independence. A little elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says.
Da 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 da.
I suppose you can't carry me and everything else. Enchanting. You have to give young ones some independence.
Sleepy sleepies.
Entomophagy is better at this skill.
my cells rehydrating.
Okay. Got one aphid and a dream. Resources, crude rope. Okay. Can't do that. Start getting your health back.
Quite an efficient way to get around.
Like he was embedded in the tree.
You have to give young ones some independence.
Let's see. I mean, how many parts did we get? 2. And the boiling gland. So we could probably go back and get one of those jerky racks finished. That's what I'm thinking.
Buggy is winded. Fast pick. Little elbow grease and ingenuity, as Grandpa says.
Okay. So we do need This is supposedly how to make your food last longer too, so. Seeding projects. Dang, looks like they're actually maybe growing this time. Surprise, surprise. Not quite ready yet. Okay. 12 hours in game time. Gotcha. How long will this take? Okay, it doesn't show me it in progress. I guess it only gives you like a pictogram of like, okay, it's in process, that it's not finished. I can only guess. Pretty sure I'm gonna need more of these. Yep. And putting some more in that corner, or maybe moving the door. At some point I hope to have better furniture. God. Did I open better furniture? It's a damn good question. Chairs and tables. Stuffed thingies. I don't see a like scroll to see other options for the lean-to. I don't know if I like the new bed or not. Guess that's something we should figure out. Thought we opened up the whatever blah blah furnishings. Open the foundation. I know I've already done it, but it does not go away. It's just signs. Anything there. Roach chunk and berry leather. Ladybug head and lingonberry leather. Dodge 3 times in combat. I suck at that. I really do. Weaver daggers. Ash strikes. Oh, what that is? What am you? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's all we got. I know there's a better bed somewhere. Maybe it's one of those upgrade discs that we got to get to, which is the big long process I've been trying to work on. But you can't get there because you can't get this crafted until you do this thing, and it's like, really? Okay. So if I want to be able to call my ants, I'm gonna have to put them somewhere that's not in there. Alrighty. I hoping to do so. Boiling gland. What can be consumables? Bombardier shield. Gotcha. Well, this one, so this one will have the sizzling effect added to it. Gotcha. So I guess I want to farm bombardiers for a while because apparently there's reasons to. Yeah, just a shield is the only added thing they've given it. What can we do with Bombardier, did I? Do it. Yeah, I did. There we go. Boiling gland. Can be used making a circlet. That, stuffed bombardier walnut, or something else. Okay, interesting. Itchy eyeballs. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Guess we can put it in the bug box. That's not it. That's it. The bug box. And I think you belong in there, and you belong in there, but apparently there's space for you in there. What can I take out of here? Probably the white fuzz. The fuzzes. Okay. Those back. And yeah, I got 5 things and 4 slots. Okay, so you're kind of bug stuff, so sure. Okay.
Whoop. Farewell, my friend.
Okay. Sleep till morning. I don't think I put sweetener in my tea today. Tastes a little flat. Alright, we're out of food again. This is luring back more shit. Because the mushrooms are back. They're not. What the hell is going on? Ant bit idioma. Now we're supposed to have crops up here. Oh my god. Actually. We still have crops up here. Miraculously. Kept hoping that was going to result in some weevil showing up, but no. Slurp. Slurp. Little nerdly weevils at. Find food, gotta find food. Was on. I didn't get any grub meat. Just hide and sludge. That's odd. Very odd. I should have seen a weevil or two through here at some point. And I haven't seen it. Yeah, last little whatever it was, not of foobar something. Yep, grub hop and grub sludge. Have they changed that? Unless I missed it, you used to be able to get grub worm meat or whatever off the grubs. I thinking grounded one mechanics and like got that wrong. I mean, that's yeah, it was bizarre. Huh.
Feel my cells rehydrating.
Like all of the weevils just disappeared. Seems like there should be a, hover over it and pick these instead of having to go to each one in a planter. I mean, I could see it as the game mechanic when you're out running around. That makes sense enough to me in my head, but there should be a, gather all or something when it's a planter that you yourself are, seeding, etc., etc. It seems weird that you can't. Still got new mushroom up there. Probably wind it up there because I think the game might be freaking out. So I'm not seeing any insects for a little bit now. I can see things moving like the grass and stuff, but I don't think I've actually seen another insect. I hear things that sounds like the footprints of them walking, but I don't know that they're rendering in. Oh, hang on. Might have actually saw something that was an insect moving over there. Certain I am, but move it right there. God, for life, we can't see anything over there moving. It's usually the ladybugs over there, but I don't see your ladybugs. Yeah, I'm thinking it's bugging out. You know, no pun intended, bugging out. I think that my game is bugging out. Alright, let's hop in here and let's make a save. Let's create a new save. Save. Rename the save. Multiplayer. 7, I think is the next one we're up to here. And then let's go back and then let's try just quitting. And then try to go back into this, see if I'm losing my mind or if this is, you know. Alright, a second here. Had to enter in my password and stuff.
Hi there, I'm Pete. I know all about arthropods.
Yeah, I think that last crash just kind of borked everything. See the mites. Oh, there's the mites. Okay, mites are here. See the mites. All the mushrooms are picked. For some reason they decided that weevil farms are not gonna work anymore. Okay. That one's in my inventory. That actually has, you know, something I can roast in. Yeah. Come on.
Protein is essential.
Okay. Check on that. Okay. Weevil jerky. And no longer a risk of spoiling. Alrighty. That will be handy. Just gotta figure out what our weevil trap over here isn't working now. 'Cause even after I moved it, it continued to sort of work, but All right, guys, I think I'm gonna call it right there for today. Save this game out. I know we just got it rebooted, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Let's go ahead and just save over that. Yes. Back. Super quit. Yep. All right, get you guys back to my beautiful face. Give you some outro music. Appreciate everybody being here. I will be back on Friday, and stay tuned over to the Discord. I have no idea at this point what we are going to be doing, and what time the stream's going to be, because apparently here lately my schedule has been doo-doo. But I do appreciate everybody stopping by and hanging out today. If you've enjoyed the stream and you're just out there lurking, consider following the channel or subbing to the channel on whatever platform of choice that you're on. And I greatly appreciate everybody being here and just spending some time with me. I'll see you guys again on Friday, like I said. And you guys have a pleasant next couple of days. I've got the air conditioner supply guy showing up tomorrow, so yeah, I don't get to sleep in either. All right, guys, have a good one. See you then. Later.